And of course, I see Fort Worth doing their test now. Their evening one, that is. Shitty thing. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to part two of our weekly test show. Boy, what a day I've had today. And of course, I've got something big to show you. And of course, I'm sure you all know. I'm sure you probably all already know what that thing is. I will tell you very soon. Yeah, and I'm going to need to reorganize my desk. So I will need to do some reorganization so that way I can get all this new stuff to fit. But before we get to that, of course, I know we're falling a bit behind. I know we're kind of falling a bit behind. But let's get through the Wordle for today. Anyway, let's get through the Wordle for today before we do anything else. Damn it. Damn it, I think I brought the wrong one up. I'm gonna have to check it. And this is actually part of something I wanna show to all of you because, as you all know, these have actually been because it's been actually big news for us. Nervy was today's word. All right. I don't think this is the right monitor. Let me check and see if I have a different one. Do not think this is the right one, so give me one moment. Oh, I'm not gonna like what these damn monitors have, but well, whatever the case, we'll work things out. It's not going to be in use right now, but a little bit later on, after we get it reset and everything, then we'll. Oh, there's a tag on this that was never peeled until now. Ah, great. Now there's scuffing left over. Ah, forget it. Ah, forget it. Uh-oh, I see this thing is being heavily affected. Want to make some movements. Well, I'm going to need to do some readjustments to my setup for this new stuff. Now then, as you all may have known, I have been telling you all about the plans of this new PC for several weeks now, and now you are about to see the results of that. I'm going to need to do some reorganization, so I'll have to figure something out. Actually, I'll just put the video capture directly on the screen. Okay, there we go. Ignore the mouse there, because this is what I'm going to use with this PC. I know this setup is kind of a mess. Well, well, I guess I don't really have a choice with this HDMI cable. I'm going to put it back. All right. So I found out this monitor. Oh, sorry. So I found out this monitor only uses a frickin' display port. Well, that is fine. I know the setup is a bit messy, but yeah, before I can get this new PC into service, I have some reorganization to do, which I will get to, which I will get to soon. Actually, let me move it over to my other areas so I can show you what we have here. Let me move it a bit. Yeah, this is good enough. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Now, before we get to the unboxing of this, let me actually talk briefly about what happened last night, and let's do this as quickly as we can here and into today. So, starting with last night, nothing really much happened. In terms of Horizons, 7, 8, and 14 went. Tonight, leaving 5, 6, 11, and 15. Oh, yes, and 9 too, because they're also going to test tonight. And this morning, of course, as you all know, we were live in Downers Grove, and well, it was quite nice catching the express. Now, Mr. Mike had not showed up for the, well, by the time the other express came through, but I was getting ready to record the express, and actually, it was in the middle of the first take when I didn't know it, when I then found out I did not disable the Wednesday morning alarm I normally have. So it ended up going off at full blast. But thankfully, it only lasted for a few seconds. I was able to stop it in time and actually get the express train. It came through just moments after. And then he showed up, and then this is where all the work began. And all of that work today is in that box right there, which we'll open in just a moment. So did all the work there, and then went back to downtown Downers Grove to get some more. And you'll see the results of that when we put together the Downers Grove video later on. And then we went to Lost Mountain afterwards. When we went to Lost Mountain after that. And let me tell you, if you saw the community posts I made earlier today, oh man, it was just crazy. It was crazy. I mean, we were literally under a severe thunderstorm warning while we were playing golf. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that as crazy as it seems? Well, I am trying to see. I'm gonna need to move the monitor to make room for the HP PC, and yeah. Furthermore, as I said, I'm gonna need to do some reorganization to my stuff. Before I can get what we're about to get into service. So yeah, some reorganization is gonna have to be done before any of that happens. So we went to mini golf today. We went for dinner at Three Corners. And let me tell you, the dinner was really good. It was really good. They actually had the patty melt. I went with that, and it was delicious. It was absolutely delicious. I enjoyed it. So, yeah, I enjoyed the patty melt. It was really good. I couldn't enjoy better. And then after that, I was given the offer, to come back to Grandma's house and play. Well, Grandma's actually staying at Karen's right now. To play some games with one of my cousins. Well, because of how busy I am going to be now tonight, just to decline the offer. But it's alright. We'll get the chance again before our trip. And we've been briefed further on it, so at least I have more time to make my decision now. Okay. So with that, now on to the moment that I'm sure you've all been waiting for. So let me start the recording of that. Maybe just expand this a bit so I can get the whole thing. Move this down. No, not into the alerts card. Outside of that card. There we go. Let me start over. All right. Now for the moment we've all been waiting for. Now, this is a Unify box. But no, this is not a Unify Wi-Fi router, and you'll see what it actually is as I take stuff out one at a time. So, opening this up, and we'll go through each component one at a time. So, now, I was talking about the new PC. So, here are the results. I was able to salvage this hard drive. Let's say to SSD. What's it at? Please don't get destroyed. Okay, good, it didn't. This 4 gigabyte stick of, what the hell? Oh, focus. It's manual focus, not automatic. There we go. This is a stick of DDR4 RAM that will be going into the Optiplex small form factor PC, and that's actually coming from this computer right here. I don't know if you can tell, but that is the HP 280 G3 280MT, the micro tower, which has a 7th generation Intel processor, which does not meet Windows 11's requirements. So that's why I said with that small form factor PC, whether it met 11's requirements or not, I still would not be taking it home. But I, at the same time, was given the opportunity to take home this 1 terabyte NVMe SSD. And now for the last thing in the box, and perhaps the biggest one of all. And I'm sure this is definitely something I know you've all been waiting for. So, now, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you, the newest member of our PC family, the Dell Optiplex 3060 Micro. Yes, this is the PC I've been talking about, and it's finally here. in my possession. And let me tell you something about this little computer. This PC is as even more powerful than all my others combined. You want to know how powerful it is? Well, I'll tell you after we do the catch-up game tonight. So I just wanted to show you that. But so yeah. Oh, I still have all the stuff from earlier this morning. I forgot. I still have that there. So yeah, I thought I'd be more than happy to show you. And I'll tell you what's going to be happening with each of these parts. So I'll tell you what will be happening with each of these parts here. Don't know if we have enough room for it to fit, but I do have a place for it to go. But we're not going to actually turn it on right now because we're actually going to do that, as I've said, later on. We're gonna do that later. So we're gonna do that later, after we're finished with the catch up process. But I am going to partially set it up right now. So yeah, I'll tell you a little bit more about the results and the plans for this PC. So there we go. It is now in my possession. It's all ready to go. Let's see if this. And this. I'm going to keep that SSD sealed in its box until we are ready to open it up. But yeah, I do have some reorganization to do before we can actually do anything with that other PC. All right. Now I have a lot of catching up to do here, so okay, that is set to go. So we'll start with the flash flood warning from this morning, and we'll work our way down. And we will work our way down the line. So we're going to go up to the first ES participant originated test, and we will work our way down the board from there. All right. And since we're ready to go, the catch-up game starts now. So we'll see who's still tested despite the severe weather threat. We'll include both of these. This one failed.
The civil authorities have issued a child abduction emergency warning on TX, Chumwell TX, Woods TX, Indy TX, Willacy TX, Hanman TX, Adelga TX, Star TX, and Cleveland TX, beginning at 7:22 a.m. Wednesday, July 16th and ending at 7:22 a.m. Thursday, July 17th. Ripple and River. Missing abducted child from Harlingen, Texas. Missing child is Madison Miller, 16-year-old white female last seen wearing black shirt, black basketball shorts, and black shoes. Suspect is Jesse Sodan, 59-year-old white man. Suspect is Blizzardly, 2010 years old with Texas plate WCJ 7872. ultimately impede with information. You've seen Kona. Your land moving when until late this evening. Impacts at 15.0 feet past your land north of the river. Downstream of the gauge begins to flood. Additional details at 6:45 p.m. Wednesday, the gauge was 14.5 feet.
And thick call is still tested despite the marginal.
That compares to the previous crest of 15.2 feet on March 10, 2024.
And rapid still tested despite the threat.
This is a required monthly test of the settlement system, originating from the Marion County Emergency Operations. If this had been an actual emergency that affects your safety, official instructions would be included in this message. This concludes this test. Yeah. This is the National Weather Service Office in Charleston, West Virginia. The preceding signal was a test of this station power.
Okay, because of how much stuff there is in here, we're going to take this all the way to the end. Once we get to the end, then we'll let you see the new PC, the the newest edition of boot. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do instead. We're gonna go through all the weeklies. We're gonna go through all the NWR weeklies, wherever it's at currently. And when we get through the end of the main section, we'll then unveil that new PC. All right, we're almost done with the NWR stuff. All right, so we're gonna finish all of. So we're almost at the end of the NWS weeklies. All right, since we are approaching the halfway point on the list, I believe we are at that point. Yes, we are at the halfway point on the list. So, and because of how big that dinner was tonight, I'm going to. What are you going to do? So we're gonna finish up Des Moines, and then we're gonna show you the new PC in action, and I'll tell you a bit about it too. This concludes our test. We now return. All right. Did it get everything? Yes, it did. It got the very beginning of it until now. Perfect. Now, there was a part where we had to, where I did not cut the headers in time. So let's acknowledge that. Let's acknowledge that section. And also, I'll go ahead and X that out too. I don't know where Drew is, but I think he's done for the day. Because he was on my screen this morning, and he was asking if I would join the group call. And of course, good thing I told him I wouldn't. This part being. And I believe that is the only. Let me make a. Let me do a few quick trims, just making sure I got everything. All right. Now, give me a few moments while I go brush my teeth here, and also I'm gonna go ahead and put up the capture card because of what we are about to show. No, it's not supposed to go into that alert slot, just like that other capture that we had. There we go. And I will resize the capture card so it. There we go. So you can see the Lemvine thing and that on the screen. All right. So if you'll give me one moment, I'll go get brushed up, and then we will show you the PC in action. All right, and I will just continue adding on to the thing. So then after we finish the unveiling here, we'll start going back on everything from earlier today. So, now I've already connected up the mouse and the keyboard. Oh crap. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot the power cord was literally behind the freaking zone guard. Okay, so now I know this is kind of a complicated setup, but I've learned that when I did the Optiplex recovery, I needed to be more advanced, when it came to hooking up the machine to a capture device. So, here's what I should have done. Plug the HDMI cable into the back of the target computer to go into the HDMI in port on the capture card. Then I will have to steal the HDMI cable from this computer. I hate to be it. Let's see if I can route it around. Route that cable around. There we go. And then we're going to plug that cable into the HDMI in jack on the capture card. So it looks like it has detected something. Let me pull the stream up so that way I can see what's going on the other side. Now, the only thing that's left to do is to plug the PC into power. And then it will just run through its usual self-tests, to, make sure that the thing, the hardware inside on it is correctly configured. This seems to be the case with a lot of, older Dell PCs. Especially Dell PCs like this one. By Oldenspron, the Optiplex small form factor, and, well, basically other Dell PC models from around this time frame that this thing was manufactured. So, sometime around 2018, which signals the processor. But I'll tell you about it in a moment. Let's see how this is affecting the zone guard's signal reception. Doesn't seem like this little powerhouse is affecting the zone guard's signal. Yeah, it's still running through its self-test or something. Yeah, it does that every time the power is cut. Let's see, yeah, it's still running through its self-tests and everything like that. Now, at this point, now that I've acquired this PC, this is actually the next stage. This is actually the first stage of preparation, which is actually testing out the PC and making sure that, everything's correctly working with it. Ooh, it is working. Nice. So I can see the output of the PC on the capture card. So I guess that was all I needed to do. And yes, unfortunately, the CMOS battery inside that PC is dead, as with a bunch of other computers that I have. Not this one, though. So we'll just go ahead and let it boot into Windows. And yes, this is on Windows 10 still. Although you will soon see the exact reason why I chose to take this one home specifically. Yeah, that was a test account I created without a password, so just ignore the label because that will not be the label I use in the final installment. Alright. Well, I know it's, and furthermore, it has our wireless connectivity. Actually, don't even connect to this automatically because I'm not even going to keep this installation of Windows 10 because I'm going to reset it and put the proper install on here. Alright, now let me connect this up to our network so I can show you some things. There we go. So now it'll start syncing the news and everything. I did not hear a speaker. Oh, it's going through the capture card. There we go. So there you go. That just goes through the capture card and not the PC's external speaker. Because yeah, the PC actually has a speaker built in. And yeah, you can see that now it's connected. It's downloading the drivers for each of the little USB devices that I have plugged into it. So this is good. So I can share the output of the screen of this PC when I run system restores and everything like that. Well, when I run system restore, restoring the PC and getting it ready to go in the next stage of setup and preparation. So, yeah, and so the keyboard and mouse I'm using is actually the HP stuff that came with that HP PC that had Windows 8 on it. So that's what I'm using for this installment. Now, this is actually the biggest thing that I want to show too. Oh, signing into Microsoft Edge. And just completes. Just get out of here. Let's see. We can download the Health Check app, which will of course tell you if your PC is compatible or not. So I'll just download the tool and I'll just keep it on here. Oh, yep, I see the old Mail app was just installed, was just replaced by Outlook. My goodness, I have not touched this keyboard in years, so it's honestly amazing that it gets a good use. Now, this is not the name of this PC. Less than a year old? No, it's not less than a year old. Well, you can see that's the name of it, but this is the biggest sell-off right here. If I show you in the About section, it doesn't look like it's identified the model, but we will get more details if we go to System Information, and then we'll have everything. So, this PC, as I've explained, is the Dell Optiplex 3060 Micro. If you can see right down here, yes, I decided to go all out and do 32 gigabytes of RAM. And this is only the first of its several major upgrades that I'm going to be doing as part of this preparation phase of setting this computer up. So, now that I've upgraded the RAM, I am also going to upgrade the hard drive inside of this PC. The hard drive that it has right now is, as you can see, a 256 gigabyte SSD. And if we open up the task manager, we will see the manufacturer of that drive. Down here, it's an SK Hynix, apparently. Yeah, SATA 256 gigabyte drive. Now, I'm pretty sure the SSD in here is M.2, so I'm assuming this will work. So we'll have to find out because it doesn't say anything like M.2 or anything of that nature. So we'll see how this goes. So what I plan to do is replace the hard drive inside of that PC with a 1 terabyte drive. And there is a place on Dell's website. If I open up the support page for this PC, I probably won't be able to find it because Support Assist isn't even on here. So, and I can actually identify the product by putting in its service tag. So I could just put in its service tag, and then it will search through the servers, and it will. Wait, no, that is not what I wanted. Identifier search. That's what I wanted. So let me try this again, and I should find it. So that is oh, this is knowledge article. Why is it saying how to? Forget it. Let's just browse Let's just browse it by product. So This here is the 3060 micro PC. And if we go to service manual, removing and installing components, this is where we get the motherboard layout. So if we look at the layout of the motherboard of this computer, we can see that 11 here is where an M.2 SATA drive is connected. And then this here, you can actually connect a separate SATA hard drive to the PC for more expanded storage. This is after I also found out that there is a separate caddy for a SATA hard drive. So what I plan to do then with this PC is put a 1TB NVMe SSD and take the 1TB Samsung SSD from the small form factor and throw it into the micro, making it a 2TB PC with two separate hard drives. Now, as for the small form factor, I'm going to take the NVMe drive from the micro, put it in the small form factor, and I'm going to use the 2TB mechanical hard drive from my old laptop and use that as a secondary storage device, making the total capacity of the small form factor 256 terabytes. I'm saying 2 terabytes of data and 256 gigabytes of Windows storage. That's what I mean. And of course, the biggest sell off of all of this is this computer meets the minimum system requirements to run Windows 11. This is what I've been saying for a while now. Throughout the course of the summer, I've been making sure that the PCs that I've been taking with me meet the minimum requirements to run Microsoft's latest OS, since Windows 10 will be losing support later this year, in fact, just a few months. So this PC meets the minimum system requirements. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering, why is Windows 11 not coming down? Well, the thing is, this PC is not connected to a domain. Why is it? Oh, I guess it checked for updates after I connected it, and now it's pulling down the July update. I don't know why it's pulling it down again, but let's just forget about the updates. So you can see Windows 10 Pro, and then 175 gigabytes of free space, and then this is the startup time. Now, I was originally planning to put 16 gigabytes in here, but I did actually ask Mike further, and I was thinking, why don't I take one 16 gigabyte stick from each of the new micros to turn this old one into a powerhouse like no other? And here we are. And he told me that they're fine with 16. I mean, they can handle. I mean, they just need the 16 gigabytes. They don't need 32. So I thought I'd be more than happy to take the 16 terabyte stick, 16 gigabyte stick from each of those PCs and throw them in here. Now I'll show you the other PC in question, where the other one is coming from. I'll actually pull up a few listings on eBay. This will kind of serve as like a browsing test, just making sure. It's actually HP D3280MT. I believe if I got the model correct. So yeah, this is the model in question I was working with today. This is the HP, it's not ProDesk, it's the HP Business PC 280G3MT Micro Tower. This specific model has a 500 gigabyte mechanical hard drive, 16 gigs of RAM, and a 7th generation Intel i5 processor. The model I was working with has a 240 gigabyte SSD in it, SATA, and 4 gigs of RAM. Now this only has the 7th generation i5 processor, which does not meet the minimum, which is not compatible with Windows 11, unfortunately. And here's the front of the PC, which I never showed you in the post. This is what the front of it looks like. And then here's the back of it. Now, of course, the school is in the race to get rid of as many non-capable Windows machines as much as possible. So I have a feeling that in the coming weeks I'll be seeing some more very old PCs that don't even meet Windows 11's requirements. And the other reason why I'm taking this micro is if we go back to eBay Affine, it doesn't matter whether I do it in normal mode or in private mode because I'm going to wipe this install anyway. Now, this is actually going to replace this PC right here that I've had since 2023, a couple years back. The Dell Inspiron 5520, which has the model I have has a third generation Intel i5 processor and 8 gigabytes of RAM, which unfortunately is the maximum that it can go. Now, as many of you all know, when we've done oh, is this the Windows 10 model? It's either Windows 8 or Windows 10. The model I have was Windows 7, but this is good enough. So, anyway then. So anyway, now, as many of you all know, this PC has not been running WPLD very well when it comes to, you know, activities like away from home, for instance, because it can't really seem to handle running my radio station and my weather radio station simultaneously. It can't really seem to handle it all that well. So, and I had to curtail some of that in the process. Now, that's one problem this micro is going to solve. Another problem that it's going to solve is involving my HP laptop that I use for college. Because when we're away from home, I've been using that PC to stream my information center network. A lot of times, when I step away from that PC after unplugging it from the charger, the PC just come back to find the PC off, indicating the battery had run out and it had hibernated, indicating that the stream had ceased. So this was a big problem, and so I went ahead and found this one, which will absolutely address all of those problems. But now we have a new problem. The only available monitors we have now are VGA and DisplayPort. This thing does not have any sort of VGA connectivity, although it does look like it has it. It does not. But, lucky for me, this thing has DisplayPort, which will be the primary display method I will use on this PC. And the biggest selling point of all is that this PC, as you saw when I was getting that in, has wireless capabilities, unlike the small form factor PC. So, I guess until I can find a PC that actually has a wireless card in it, and if it's one of those antenna ones that comes out the back, or if I can try and make it compatible with it, then very soon I'll find a working wireless card for the Optiplex small form factor, or I'll just dump a few bucks and buy it separately and then make that thing wireless. So until either of those things happen, the Optiplex small form factor will continue to be, the connection of that PC will continue to be bridged. But in terms of the RAM, I actually did do some research about whether I can throw this 4 gigabyte stick in with an 8 gigabyte stick to make it a total of 12 gigabytes. And it said yes, it is possible to do so. However, if the speeds are different, the machine will accept the lowest one by the lowest speed by default, which as of now does not seem to bother me that much. But I'm sure that will become. Oh yeah, and the display setting was screwed up. Oh my god, did that just shut it off? Uh oh. Oh, I see what happened. I didn't have the power cable plugged in all the way. I didn't have the frickin' power cable plugged in all the way. That's what happened. Huh. It just goes to show. So, out of all the PCs that I own now, or that I have owned ever, never have I owned a PC with this much RAM. 32 gigabytes. I can do a whole lot with 32 gigabytes. I mean, think about it. My HP laptop has the lowest RAM out of all of these, 8 gigabytes. Right now, the Octoplex small form factor has 8 gigabytes. And if it goes well, when I put that RAM stick in and do all those upgrades, it will be 12 gigabytes. My old Inspiron desktop is 12 gigabytes. My current Dell Inspiron laptop is 12 gigabytes. My old Inspiron laptop is also 12 gigabytes. It's also 12 gigabytes. My current desktop PC is 16 gigabytes. But this micro is on a whole other level. This thing originally had one 8 gigabyte of RAM stick inside of it. That was the whole reason why I wanted an upgrade. So this was the result. Now I have a powerful 32 gigabyte PC that I can do a whole lot of stuff with. I can do a whole lot of stuff with this PC now. It is an absolute powerhouse. I cannot wait to see this in action. So anyway, yeah, that was one problem. Now, the other issue is, as I've said, with the display connectivity. When I was discussing the possible scenarios as to where I'm gonna put this PC when I'm away from home, like when I'm on the road or whatnot, I was thinking I could just plug my Nana's CRT monitor into this. But then when I found out that it had no VGA capability, the second option was to swap the HDMI cable from the Comcast cable box in the living room and switch it between that and this PC. So that's what I've decided to do. I'll just take the HDMI cable from the Comcast box when it's not in use, assuming that the TV will still take it on it's connected to analog channel 4. So assuming I just swap the HDMI cable from that to the other PC, then this PC I can use away from home. But of course, I will have to set up all the networks after I reinstall Windows. Now, I've already updated all the drivers on this. In fact, I did it when I was updating it after it was retired from initial service. So all I just need to do now is download the Dell factory image with the Windows Dell Recovery Creation Tool. And I will be resetting the small form factor again after I throw the new memory and the SSD and the new configuration in there. And that will be those two PCs' permanent configurations going forward unless any part of it fails. Now where that monitor is, that will be for the micro. I have actually moved my XPS over to the other spot where it over to this other spot where the Lenovo ThinkPad originally was. Now, as for that PC, I'm going to continue using it for another year because I'll be enrolling it in the Extended Security Update program for personal use. Because that is running Windows 10 Home 22H2. This is Windows 10 Pro. This is the regular Pro Edition. So it's not anything special like Pro Education or Pro for Workstations. Those kinds of editions are capable or are eligible to enroll in the Personal Extended Security Update program. However, the Pro Edition has to go by the Business Security Update program. So that would mean $61 to pay for up to 3 more years of updates for Windows 10 Pro, but of course it'll be $1 for Windows 10 Education. So, if this thing is capable of running 11 and it's an absolute powerhouse, I want to see it on 11. But, like I said, I'm not ready to see it on 11 just yet. I am going to do that on Friday. I'm going to do that later this week. Get this PC off of Windows 10 and get it onto Windows 11. But before I do any of that, I'm going to swap out the hard drive inside of this PC because I believe the license that is on here is still the school's volume license. And I believe it is, because if we check activation, let's see. It just says it's activated with a digital license. I could use the SLMDR commands to see if it's volume or retail or OEM, whatever. Well, after I get rid of this installation, so once I get rid of this install of Windows 10, I will then make sure that this PC Dell installation uses the OEM key on the motherboard. So then I'll go through the process of reinstalling Windows with the Dell OS recovery tool. Then, reinstall Windows with the Dell OS recovery tool. Then, if I need to do any more driver updates, because I'm sure it'll probably put down newer drivers, but it's best that I check the drivers again just to be sure. And then once the drivers are all up to date, then I will start the upgrade to Windows 11. But I'm not I can't remember if I burned this Windows 11. I'll probably just reburn the Windows 11 24H2 USB, because I want it to have the latest updates and whatnot. So I'll reburn the Windows 11 USB with 24H2, and then I'll re-upgrade my small form factor, and then I'll upgrade my micro to 11. So this is actually going to be a multi-step. This is actually going to be a multi-step process. The first stage would be to transfer the hard drive from the micro to the small form factor, delete all partitions on both drives, meaning both hard drives are going to have their OSs deleted. So meaning Windows 10 Home 20H2 from my old Dell PC will be erased, and the current install of Windows 11 24H2 on that Samsung SSD will also be erased. Once all the partitions are empty, then I'll begin the reinstallation. Now for the micro, I'm going to install Windows on the 1TB NVMe SSD, and then when it's installed, after it's installed, then I'll throw the 1TB SATA drive in there. Yeah, so then I'll throw that SATA drive in there, and then it should have then it will have additional storage capabilities. So that would then become a 2TB PC, and my small form factor will also become a 2TB PC. So meaning I will have a computer with 2 terabytes of storage for the first time since my old laptop in 2015, which is pretty amazing. So yeah, that's all I wanted to talk about, but I will do some more testing with this tomorrow night, making sure that I have, make sure I have all the programs and everything that I want on it and whatnot. So in that case, let's go ahead and turn it off. And then I'm going to wait for it to fully shut off. Okay. And yeah, the shut off goes pretty fast because of how much memory is inside of the PC. So I'll take the HDMI cable out of the capture card, unplug it from the HDMI out jack, and I'll plug it back into my main PC. My speakers are kind of getting messed up in the process. Yeah, I see it kind of got messed up, but let's make sure there's sound. Good, there is sound coming out of it. Okay. So yeah, I thought I'd want to just show you the new PC in action as it gets ready to go into regular service. And I'm pretty sure that's WBTOP. Alright, so this is where we're at. So let me throw in the ones we have right now. Okay. So, at this point then, we are ready to resume the catch-up process now that I've transferred everything back over to this device. Alright, so it is working. Alright. And with that, let's continue. So here's what we're going to do instead. We're gonna continue playing catch up for about another 45 minutes. And once Brandon's ready for Deal or No Deal, we'll start that game. All right. So now comes the time where we are going to pause. So now we've come to 10 o'clock. So we'll see if Brandon is ready for. We'll see if Brandon's ready for an episode of Deal or No Deal. Now, because we are still in catch-up mode, we are only going to do Deal or No Deal tonight, if we can do it. So here's what we're going to do instead. We are actually only going to try Brandon twice. And if we do not hear from him both times, then we are going to play the arcade edition of Deal or No Deal, which will take the place of both the Deal or No Deal PC game that we usually play and Wheel of Fortune Secondary. It will take the place of both tonight. Following Deal or No Deal Arcade, we will continue the catch-up process. But for Deal or No Deal Arcade, we are only going to play 2 games. We're only going to play 2. The regular mode and the double deal mode. That's all we're going to do. We're not going to go through all the other values. We're not going to do 100 or 200 and then 400 or 800. We're not going to do that. We're just going to do the default 200, 400 values, and that's it. We're not doing any more than that. So, I'll give him about 5 minutes before we call him manually. Okay. So, as I just said, we're in catch-up mode. I probably am going to refresh this so that way everything is more current. Okay. I'll just throw this in here once it finishes. There we go. Yeah, that's why I encourage the secondary. So that way, so we don't have. Oh, that's right, it's remote desktop. And I didn't even set the values back. So let me do that. Let me set the values back to 200 and 400. I was actually watching a bit of Deal or No Deal Arcade instead of Sorry during my lunch break this afternoon. All right. Okay. First of two attempts with Brandon. Just set him on the side while the attract mode of the game goes. Okay. And no answer. All right. We'll try him one more time in a few minutes, and then after that, we're gonna get to the playing. And I know this Wednesday show is going to be a lot different this week, but it's all right. So, I mean, I'm very happy. I have this micro in my possession, and it's capable of a newer supported OS. Oh yeah, the Windows 10. Going back to whatever other version it came from. Mass Windows deployments. Deploying Windows on a bunch of computers all at once. Oh man. All right, so we'll wait a bit. And we'll see if we hear from him. If not, we're gonna try it one more time. Installing regular, installing LTSB updates on regular 10.
which is expected since the update from July 2017 did not work as well.
So, yep. So, yeah, I mean, my two Optiplex PCs actually definitely deserve some upgrades of their own. More memory for the small form factor and some more storage, too, so I'm looking forward to these opportunities. Alright, first we're going to throw Blair into here. And we're going to try Brandon one more time. And if we do not hear from him the second time around, we're going to get to and absolutely nothing. Okay, that's it then. Let's get to the game. Starting with regular deal. Bet I am. Yes. Yes, I am. Watch. I'll probably do some more testing.
Choose your case.
A little bit more testing.
This will be your personal case.
Alright, well, since Brandon
You chose case number 9. Now open 5 cases. 14. Great choice. 3. 13. You're doing great. 5. Great choice. 7. There's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him, here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
I say deal!
No deal. Now open 4 cases. 10. Let's see some low values. 6. You're doing great. 2. 12. That's a good one. That's the banker. Hello? I'll tell him, here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
I say deal!
No deal. Now open 3 cases. 16. We want low values. 4. Let's see some low values. 8. You're doing great. There's the banker. Hello. All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal? No deal. Now, open 2 cases.
Final round.
15. That's good. Keep it low. 11. We want low value. You're doing great. That's the banker. Hello? I'll tell him, here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
I say deal!
No deal. Now, let's open your case. You win! Wow, what a great game. Game over.
coding error or something. And now let's play Double Deal.
Are you ready to play Deal or No Deal?
Make sure I
Choose your case. This will be your personal case. You chose case number 11. Now open 5 cases.
We're going to find out if you open 5 cases in round 1. Let's start
2.
with 2.
Let's see some low values. Great choice. 10. That's good. 7. 4. That's good. Keep it low. 14. There's the banker. Hello. All right. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal? No deal. Now open 4 cases.
Okay.
5. That's good. 9. We want low values. 15. 16. Let's see some low values. 16. That's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal? No deal. Now open 3 cases. 6. That's a good one. 3. Great choice. 13. There's the banker. Hello. I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal?
Take the deal!
No deal. Now, open 2 cases. 1. 12. You're doing great. That's the banker. Hello? I'll tell him. Here is the offer. Deal or no deal? No deal. Now, let's open your case. You win! Game over.
All right, you're done.
Deal or no deal? There's the banker. Hello. All right. Here is the offer. Deal?
All right. We're going to go ahead and quit the program. All right. The catch-up game shall now continue. Actually, this tsunami warning should play first. So we're gonna keep the catch-up game going until we hit 11:15. After that, we will pause so we can catch up on, so we can get Downers Grove taken care of. Okay, this is where we're going to pause again. Alright, and that is where we're going to proceed from in a bit here. Something tells me I didn't see Nashville test today either. I didn't see Detroit go at all, also. Alright, we're going to disconnect from the PC. And let's go ahead and throw these two clips in before we continue. First, this 9-minute clip that I did not. I think we were already in the middle of that procedure. And then it was at that point where I realized that everything's blurry. So. Okay. That's in there. Now, before we proceed, let's give this its name. Alright. Now, we need to obtain the footage from Downers Grove. The rest of the footage is actually present on my phone, including the Canadian National Local that I got stopped at on the way here, on the way to work this morning. So we'll need to switch the account, and I will send over all the stuff. Alright, so then here is the live stream from this morning. Now I need to write this file to the USB. What the hell am I doing? This is USB 3.0. This is supposed to be USB-C. There we go. Okay, why do we even need this one? Did it find it? I did not even hear a sound. There we go. Now I heard the click. Alright, we'll write it to the Kingston USB. My phone is still copying over all the footage from today's event. Actually, rather than showing the grass, how about we change it to the? How about we switch the thumbnail to the crossing gate? Yeah, the crossing gate going down. I mean, I had a lot of fun with that cross. With that, messing around with that crossing. Putting the camera on the gate mechanism as it was going up, as it was raising the gate. Oh, that was kind of fun. That was kind of fun to do that. So, yeah, even better. Now I own possibly the most powerful PC in my collection. Yeah, the most power. So now this micro is the most powerful machine in my collection. 32 gigabytes of RAM, but of course there's more going to it than just that. As I've said earlier, I'm gonna upgrade the drive to uh, 2 terabytes. Well, actually, I'm gonna put two 1 terabyte SSDs in there, one NVMe and one SATA, because it's so powerful. I want to make it even more powerful. So now I've just turned my Optiplex Micro into like a $1,000 PC plus, all for free. So I'll actually show you some of the comparisons, between the prices of some of these PCs, and we're gonna do that a little later once these are all set here. Hence, that's why, therefore, because of all that other stuff we did this morning, that's why we're going to be extending our programming by an hour today. So that's why we're going to be extending our show by an hour. So, okay, we've got the footage. Now let's make sure that it's present on the iPad. Yep, it is there. All right. Now out it comes from the case, so we can throw this USB-C stick in here. Yep, make sure it's fully in place so that way it'll show up. Okay. Okay. So, um, in fact, the first thing that'll actually go in here is the Canadian National Local that I got stopped by. And because there was talking and stuff inside of that clip, that's why I'm going to be taking that part out. Here's when I got jumped by the crossing. That was fun. And then here's when the that was great. Riding the gate, riding on the gate all the way to the top. There's when the crossing was set off again. And then we'll also show the metro train leaving. So we'll show the metro train leaving. That's the end. Oh, wait, there's one more. There's one more I forgot. This one. And I'm gonna try to zoom this piece of footage in as much as I can. That way I get as much of this train as possible. And yes, there was conversations and stuff in there, so I'm gonna mute that. That was the inbound Metra. Oh boy, I don't even know how I'm gonna name this one because there was a Herzog thing on this. So let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna try zooming it in too, so that way it is more visible. And I will include that clip in its entirety. And after that, there wasn't anything else. Okay, so we're rendering down Rich Grove right now. Okay, let's me this down and get this ready. Alright, so let me do a quick count here of all the trains that I've gotten today. So, let's see. Oh heck, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to fit them all in the title. Let's see. So let me go in order here. So let's see. So, Canadian National, well, that doesn't count towards Downish Grove, but we're still adding it in the series anyway. So, let's see. The Metro and Belmont, the Express, the 2, the inbound, then the outbound. So, let's see. 6 Metras. And then, so 6 Metras, 2 intermodals, that Canadian National, and then that Herzog thing in maintenance vehicle. So, an error occurred during export. Let's try that again. Let's do it again from the beginning. If it doesn't work, I'll have to resort to taking some stuff off of the... I'm not sure if it was all those zoom in effects or that the flash drive. Well, I don't think it's the flash drive. I can't remember, but I think I had this happen before with a severe weather event previously. So if I recall, I believe the solution was to, yeah, reinstall the program while keeping everything. Yeah, I think that's what I tried and it worked. So why don't we try it this time and let's see what happens. Oh, I think I see the reason. We're running out of space on the device. So we might want to get all this stuff cleared. So we might want to get all this stuff off of here. Let's try that first. one song I don't need. Oh my goodness, I even still have all the stuff from last week and even the Street View video from that week too. Good thing I found, good thing I'm seeing it now, as we're going through all of this. How far back does this go? Oh my goodness, it goes all the way back to last Wednesday. Jeez Louise. Alright, clear all that. And let's see what's going on in here. Some drama, it looks like. Oh, that reminds me of something else I didn't back up this morning. I never got to backing up the previous 2 severe weather events. So interestingly enough, it seems to be this thing that's it seems to be these severe weather events that's bringing in numbers to my subscriber base. All right, save that to the USB. All right. I do not know. I don't know if 100 is on here. Let's see. Yeah, they're all labeled in alphabetical order. 97, 98, 99, 100. Okay. So it's just 101 and 102 then that we need to back up. And I will take care of 103 immediately after it's complete. Exactly. Whoever ends up causing drama should assume full responsibility. Okay. I believe that's everything, so let's go ahead and clear all that out. Let's make sure this was not affected. Yep, because there were only 4 videos in here. Alright, with enough space freed, let's try this again. So, let's give Downers Grove another try, and let's see what happens. Because having to reinstall iMovie will be our second option if this does not render correctly after clearing all that stuff. I mean, it's a good thing I saw it too, because the coming recording may not even save all the way. Like, it might only save like only the last 15 minutes of it out of like 4, maybe like 1 hour or something. So, good thing I found out now. What a pleasure. I should also cross something else off my board too, because I saw VHO11 test and all that other recording. So, we're down to 5, 6, down to 5, 6, 9, and 15. Again, we'll be on for an extra hour tonight because of that outing. But still, I'd like to get Downers Grove up even beforehand. Looks like we're getting further this time, so it looks like clearing the storage might have been the solution, but I shouldn't get my hopes up too high just yet. But I shouldn't be confident just yet because it could be another error. So let's give it a moment and let it finish. Once it's done, I will begin the upload process of the episode. Now, while that's continuing, let me talk again about earlier when I showed you the micro. 32 gigabytes in that machine. That is actually now the most powerful PC that I actually own personally. And I didn't even get to pay a single penny for it, which is amazing. So that's even better. So out of all the PCs I have, my HP and XPS only have 8 gigabytes. My old desktop and my current laptop, oh yeah, my old one too, have 12 gigabytes. My main PC has 16 gigabytes. I'm going to put that 4 gigabyte stick into the Optiplex, so my small form factor, to make it 12 gigabytes. So let's hope this works. And then of course the micro is 32 gigabytes, which will be replacing the Dell Inspiron 5520. So as part of the transfer process, I will also destroy that installation of Windows 11 on that PC and salvage its hard drive. So that way I can keep it as a backup for another one of my hard drives, like what Netflix. I have backup SSDs and everything like that for my PCs in case anything ends up going wrong. All right, so it looks like it worked. Now let's see if I can fit the entire title. So let's see. So 6 Metro trains, 2. Oh, I probably should relabel it. So 6 Metros, 2 BNSF intermodals, a Herzog and maintenance truck, struck in Downers Grove, and a CN local in Plainfield. Okay, all right, that's too much. Okay, that is too long, so we'll have to shorten it. Let's call it nearly 20 minutes. Instead, let's call it nearly 20 minutes of trains in Downers Grove and a CN local Plainfield. And of course, I gotta label it with today's date, which is the 16th. This will go public right away. It will go to the Downers Grove collection. All right. And I will just put that on the side and let it process on its own. All right. Now we're going to get ready to continue. All right. We got sound. Okay. Let's acknowledge this. And let's continue catching up. Alright, I'm just gonna let that run all the way to the end. Alright. Setting the station here now. We'll take care of whoever's left with the weeklies and we'll get Friday's stuff in there in a little bit. After we finish this. Like I said, we're going to be on for an extra hour tonight. So we can finish this up. Whoever that participant is, you need to fix your audio. It sounds so freaking quiet, I can barely hear it without the equalizer. Oh, it went up. I'll keep the panel up in case I have to turn the equalizer on again. All right, we're almost done. We have finally reached the bottom of the list. All right, we're down to the last four products. We're almost there. All right, last one. This is Nashville. All right, that looks to be everything. Let's split up in the general. Hmm. So I'll get those Verizons resorted and then so the final things we gotta do tonight are to set up the Friday outlooks, take the stuff into the Thursday document for checking for, to see if they make it up. So these are actually at this point oh yeah, and I was also thinking about redoing Downers Grove. So that will be our last task too. So okay, I think this is where CKA is. Oh, actually, this is where we. Good thing I waited till the final round. Okay, so 5 hours then is the final duration of this. Now I got a quick trim to make to Downers Grove, and it's mainly it's not this video, it's this one. Right after the gate mechanism. So I'm going to cut off a small part of this Downers Grove episode. Yeah, as much as I would like to. So we're going to get rid of it. Oh no, we haven't fully. All right. So we are trying Downers. We're going to do Downers Grove again. And we still got some final setup to do, like I said. After we do this, we will be done for today. And well, you know what? We'll include that at the very end, along with WCNO. WCNO will be included, or NCO, whatever, will be included at the very end. All right. Now to spend the final moments tonight. So we can go ahead and get rid of Wednesday. And let's get Friday together. Thank you. Okay. So there we go. That is all set and ready. We're actually going to get this and the Comcast separately, and then after that, that would be it. Now, onto the iPhone. To add in the offices who did not test today, and in order because of the severe weather event. So it's going in order. Milwaukee was the first one. Followed by Green Bay. Chicago is already part of my monitors. I don't know if Cheyenne still tested or the stream was quiet, but regardless, they failed. So, but actually, I'll just wait till WCNO tests. Oh, I see the Windows Update icon. Oh, that's right. I found Phantom of Earth toured us through the latest Insider build. Yeah, because Microsoft didn't release one a few weeks ago because of the 4th of July holiday. Alright, who else did not test yet? Okay, we did not hear from Amarillo. We did not hear from Gaylord. At least from what I remember. Actually, before I hit restart, ARX. Yeah, Frost did not do it. Nashville did not do it. And lastly, Seattle. Alright, I'm actually just going to go ahead and take this out. Alright, so that's all done. I'm just going to go ahead and run the update now and get all of these in one take. And I'm just going to go ahead and do all of these tests in fact, I'm actually going to do all 3 tests at once in one take. Oh, of course, the fucking spectrums again. Yeah, let's accelerate the process by doing all of these tests in one take. Okay. Here's the test that's coming up. All right. Come on, Dell support. Why aren't you loading? There we go. All right. Actually, no, we don't need Dell support. We just need the official Dell site because we want to take a look because I want to show you how much these 32 gigabyte of RAM and 1 terabyte configuration PCs. So I'll show you. So let's filter it by memory. Let's filter it. 32 gigabytes. Hard drive. Let's go 1 terabyte. Oh. I mean, for a configuration like that, that's dumping $1,000. And that's insane. That literally is insane. Dumping $1,000 on a desktop with the same configuration that I have right now. Ooh, is the insider update already done? Yeah, that was pretty quick. All right, let's get it back up. Oh, it didn't even reboot. Okay, there we go. Now it should apply. Okay, I'll let the insider update run, and then we will be done. So, Okay, I'm gonna let that run all the way to the finish line. There we go. And I'm gonna wait for the insider build to finish, the insider program PC to finish updating. This is the part, that's the only part of that I'm going to be accepting. Are we good? We are good. Okay, that is all set to go. So let me put the, you didn't even let me change anything. Come on now. There we go. Okay, now to repost Downers Grove with the new changes. Oh, it's taking the other name that I had, so. Down to base dates. Put in the playlist. Alright. So, all we do now is wait. So. Alright, so I am going to let the insider. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We are, yeah, we're actually so far behind. I didn't even set up tomorrow's programming, so while that's rendering right now and while the insider machine is still updating, let's take this moment and do that. After that and the insider update, we'll see if the Lembine's up for a quick chat before we go off the air. If he's not available, then well, that's fine, and of course we understand because yeah, I know it's 2 in the morning Eastern time, and I don't think anybody. I know he doesn't want to talk to anybody at 2 a.m. because I know he needs his precious sleep, and if he doesn't pick up, we'll let him. We'll let him have his precious sleep. So I'm just making sure. Every episode of all my shows are in the. We gotta make sure we have enough. So let's see. 428. Yeah, that should be good enough. That should be good enough for tomorrow. So yeah, I mean a configuration that costs like $1,000 out of pocket, and I got that configuration absolutely free, and I'm actually very happy about this configuration because I've never had a PC with this kind of specifications before. So this is going to be a first for me, having a PC with 32 gigabytes of RAM. Did I put the right numbers in? Well, I guess we'll find out. Yes, I did. Alright, should have gotten all 4 shows. Let's see. What's this one? Alright, that should be it. Yep, that's everything. Okay. Alright, that's ready to go. Now, let me find the sign off clip. Okay, is that Comcast again? Well, sorry, you're gonna have to wait until later because because WCNO as of now has officially ended the previous compilation. Alright, so let's get settled in here for the night. So, the insider update is finished. Let me get this guy connected to the. Get this guy connected to the machine. Alright. So, that's going to be very exciting to see a PC with 32 gigabytes of system memory in my own hands. Well, oh boy, I cannot wait to see how powerful that thing is going to be when it comes to running my radio station and everything like that. Alright, everything is set to go on Linux. Let's reset the script. I'm saying fetch failed because it's not pulling down an internet connection after a security update. Oh, all right, there we go. Now it's retrieving for it. Okay, there we go. Now it's retrieving everything. But the globe icon has not changed. There we go. Just changed. All right, let's get to the thing back up. And now I'm gonna check on the small form factor PC and make sure. I'm probably gonna have to reset the secondary because this thing unexpectedly shut off. Okay, it looks like it's not fetching data again. Failed to connect to server. Uh-oh. Damn it. I'm already disconnecting. What the hell? What's going on? Oh. Okay, there we go. Now it's set. Well, I mean, you gotta expect the unexpected, right? Because this is the beta channel and the insider programs are not as reliable. I mean, this is the beta channel, so this is more reliable than the insider program. Hosting found, but no data of the requested type. Okay, that's a problem. Why don't we try resetting OBS? Okay, it says it's pulling down data and now it's saying every monitor is pulling up one. Okay, let's restart. Let's try restarting the machine and see what we get. Yeah, because sometimes it takes a quick reboot or two for everything to start working correctly again, but then otherwise. So yeah, a 32 gigabyte 8th Gen i5 Dell Micro for absolutely nothing. What an amazing deal. And furthermore, I got to sacrifice two 16 gigabyte RAM sticks from two of the new micros, like I wanted to do originally, but I wasn't expecting to go all out with 16 gigs. But I mean, they're really gonna need 16. I mean, they don't need 32 gigabytes. I mean, they can live with 16. 16 is more than enough. I mean, for like the average consumer. But I mean, 32 gigabytes would definitely make it, give the PC a maximum boost. So yeah, this will be the first 32 gigabyte PC in my possession. In fact, the second 32 gigabyte RAM machine that I have actually ever seen and used, other than that HP, than that HP Z2 desktop PC that has a whopping 2 terabytes of storage, just like my old computer. All right, let's make sure that it's reconnecting. How is this thing ignoring? I wonder how this thing is ignoring Connect Automatic. I don't know. Is it just the beta channel being the beta channel, or is this the internet driver being a pile of crap? All right, it says we're connected. Okay, let's hope we can actually do something. All right, let's make sure that this is all fetching. Okay, so that's fetching everything. That should just say monitor 2, maybe a few other ones. Hello, OBS. Okay, start it up. And now it works. It is on that. Let me make sure it's on that. Let me make sure that the stream settings on here are correct. Yes, they are. Okay. All right. That is all set. Now let me switch it to the Optiplex form factor. Yep, I see it has retrieved the connection. Be careful so I don't cause the machine to go out again. So, all right. All right then, so at this point then, I guess the last thing to do is see if the Lembine is up for a quick call. If not, we will be done. So we'll, oh wait, that's the wrong channel. What am I doing? There we go. Okay, we'll see if he's up for a quick call before we sign off. If he is not, then if not, then he's most likely he's asleep. So, but before we start it, I will do some more testing with the Aquaplex Micro tomorrow night after I take care of all that math work. I'll try out DisplayPort, and then I'll get ready to, and then Friday I'll spend time not only finishing the math chapter and then making the and then doing the upgrades. Why is this thing not liking the drive? Oh, okay, now it wants to disconnect from drive. Okay. Yeah, sometimes these things take forever and I find it annoying. Okay. So now so yeah, tomorrow we got backyard baseball for you. That's really about the only thing we've got. Tomorrow night is supposed to be Pressure Luck and Celebrity Family Feud. And the Donna Grove video is up now, but I'll actually set the stuff up a little further. I'll think about what kind of stuff I can make the micro out of. Actually, I think since my reruns folder is actually only about a terabyte in size, I can actually fit half and half on both drives. Or maybe host my 2 terabyte drive as a network share. And share it over the local network so that I can host all my stuff. Well, I don't think that would be clever, but at least a nice other way to store all my reruns and stuff. Anyway, so we got backyard baseball for you tomorrow, and we have our fun night show on Friday. Now for Friday, I'm going to take care of the Street View video that day and then schedule it to go up at 3 o'clock. As for the county requests, I'll take care of them immediately after I have my lunch that day, and we'll go and we'll move quickly to get the time requests done. We'll be on a tight schedule to leave. And then Sunday, we'll see what happens. Actually, I'm going to be busy with study plan for the last test for the chapter, or the class before the big finals. Probably just work with the final thing with you. That's what I'm thinking of. All right, so there was something quite confusing on that other little assignment that I needed to address. I'll probably see if I remember to bring that up to her before the class even begins. I'll try to. All right, so that's about. Oh, we didn't go back on all this other stuff. Let's do that too before we go. So there was a flash flood warning. There was Birmingham. This stuff here. What's this? Clock dinging and the Raleigh test. We're gonna move quickly. Here was the severe weather event from the 11th. There was the tsunami warning from Alaska. There was a Keys and K severe thunderstorm warning, but it was a POV. Use them to weekly tests. Severe thunderstorm warning from Lincoln. I can't believe Lincoln still tested despite the severe weather threat. And some of Chicago's warning, storm tracker. Yeah, you all get the point. They all just pretty much ran their weeklies and whatnot. Take care of that later. Let's catch them. What's this? Sonny and Richie's Arcade. Interesting looking place. What's exploding TVs? That's interesting. Okay. All right. Then we are just about done. So, as I've said, that's everything we've got for you today. So we'll see if the. Actually, I probably should. Actually, before we even cue the sign off, let me just rearrange some of this stuff. I know the setup is kind of weird, but it's doable. All right. And now I highly doubt it, but let's see if the Lembine's up for a quick call, because I saw him active in the general, so I think he might have went to bed already, but let's just see if he's up for a. I highly doubt it. Yeah, I don't think he's going to answer. Yep. All right. I will not disturb him any longer. So with that, from all of us here at Plainfield TV and Highland Now, we bid you all good night.